Empty roads and twilight dark. Shadows whisper, feel the spark. Lonely paths the woods can hide. Ghosts of memories side by side. Moonlight breaking through the trees, whispering winds, a gentle breeze. Silent echoes from the past. Footsteps fade, but echoes last. Moonlight breaking through the trees, whispering winds, a gentle breeze. Silent echoes from the past. Footsteps fade, but echoes last. Ghosts of the backwoods calling now. Lost in the night, they twist and shout. Echoes of time never fade away. In the backwoods they will stay. Ancient songs from voices old, stories of hearts that once were bold. Deep in the forest, secrets lie. Hidden tears that never dry. Flickering lights in shadows roll. Backwoods whispers lead me home. Silent specters dance and play, guiding through the nights of day. Moonlight breaking through the trees, whispering winds, a gentle breeze. Silent echoes from the past. Footsteps fade, but echoes last. Ghosts of the backwoods calling out. Lost in the night, they twist and shout. Echoes of time never fade away. In the backwoods they will stay.
Alright, what are we gonna do? We're working on pennies tonight. not want to focus tonight. Sometimes it focuses pretty good, and then other times it does not want to focus at all. See if the overhead is staying kicked in. It is tonight. That's good.
Waiting for a spot on an angled line. Drive to the outside, waste my time. Took my place high on the rise. Look at them ants push away their prize. But I'd be free as a bird in a Walmart parking lot. I'm proud to be just who I am. Salute the flag just like Uncle Sam. My Yankee do good without a dime. Work for nothing in their overtime. But I be free as a bird in a Walmart parking lot. Payroll deductions, 401k, matching contributions that they never gonna pay. Helping out the needy, helping out the poor. They're working for nothing at that patriotic store. But I'll be free as a bird in a Walmart parking lot. Make a deal, sell a whole lot more. check your bag as you're walking out the door. There's more to plastic than a debit card. A damn good casket when the times get hard. But I'll be free as a bird. A Walmart parking lot. Jobs are scarce, they're hard to find. The kind of job that gives you peace of mind. Mom is gone and Pop's for sure. They went down the road to CEO. I got a plan that won't bring me down. I'm gonna burn that big store down. Then I'll be free as a bird. A Walmart parking lot. Jobs are scarce, they're hard to find. I'm talking about a job that gives you peace of mind. I got a plan that won't bring me down. I'm gonna burn that big store down, then I'll be free as a bird. No Walmart parking lot. I'll be free as a bird. No Walmart parking lot. I'll be free as a bird, no Walmart parking lot.
Raz, hey, what's up, man? Yeah, actually, I figured out a way, like, if you look at the thumbnail, whatever's in the scope of the thumbnail is going to be what I'm going through for the evening. I'm going to try to do, like, 3 nights a week if I can pull it off. 1 night of pennies, 1 night of nickels, 1 night of quarters. Because then that'll keep my jars essentially down from any roll hunts. Hey, Richard. What's good tonight? Pennies are probably my least favorite to do, so I kind of blow through them pretty quick. And especially like these newer ones, I hate the reverse so much that I sometimes won't even look at them. I'll just look for any double dying or die chips or something on the front and like really spin the reverse quick because I hate looking. But yeah, like I was saying, Raz, if you look at like the thumbnail for the stream, there should be a penny in the scope, which means I'm scoping pennies on that stream. And let's see if this overhead is still working all right. Yeah, so I got plenty of pennies to go through tonight. These are what are these? The 90s. Not as many 80s. About half of a jar of 70s. Only a little bit of 2000 to 09, so. But if I do like pennies one night, and then like a night that I'm going to do nickels, there'll be a nickel in that thumbnail. And I'll just try to work through all of them to get all the jars empty, so then I can, I'll typically roll hunt on the weekends for the most part. And I'll try to empty my jars then for putting them all under a scope during the week, on the weeknights. Try to run a little bit of a schedule anyways. Not that it's always going to be possible. Especially with running out and spending weekends at the property now, with it being turning fall. This is the time where I'm going to be out there almost every weekend now. Bird season's going to start next month, which we usually go hard. Then bird season rolls right into deer season. Hopefully I can get that deck wrapped up maybe this weekend. And then that's the last big project out there for this calendar year. Probably till spring. We'll still be doing little things, probably do a little bit of videoing of different things out there at some point. Of little projects of probably more likely inside the cabin than outside. But not hit and tackle anything huge until next spring again. I'm guessing most of the videos that I put on the channel will probably be bird hunting at some point here going forward. Kind of a nice looking 14. Probably going to have damage though. Yeah, there's a dark spot there. Something's on it. Other than that, not a bad looking one though. It doesn't have all those spots that you see on some of the newer gears. Still not going to keep it unless there's some reason to. Anybody in here, how's the sound and audio levels and stuff? We good tonight? We're just going to kick back here probably. Geez, I'm going to probably be on for 2 hours or not more. Might push 3 hours to get through these pennies. That's a terrible one, even if there was an error on it. Yeah, I'm probably more Denver. I see more Denver than Philly. But I'll get a fair share of Philly too. But if I was to guess, it's going to be more Denver than anything. I don't think. Thanks. Sound is great. Thanks, Richard. What was I going to say? I don't think I've pulled a 2024 nickel yet out of a coin hunt. You know, where I watch some guys on YouTube. Two Sheds Gabby is a guy I watch pretty religiously who coin roll hunts nickels quite a bit. And he seems to get a lot of 2024s. And 2024 is still kind of a collector chase because of the terrible, because of the low mintage, in relation to other years. So yeah, 2024 nickel is not run across a roll hunt for me yet. That's seen better. Pennies are probably my least favorite to look for errors on. I think just because they're a little bit easier to find, a little more prevalent on nickels and quarters. Nickels, I mean, you can find die chips quite a bit on nickels. The 17p, the only penny that actually had a P put on it. Probably should save these, but I don't. At least as far as I understand, it's the only penny that actually has a P. I got a couple coin mail days coming up. Stuff that I snagged off of Whatnot from I think one particular seller, and then I've got one eBay buy that I snagged because I thought it was a pretty decent price for the coin. Probably record that maybe tonight or tomorrow. I don't know. But I'm definitely going to try to jump on and do lives like this a couple times a week to get through these denomination jars. Some of them that look bad like that, I don't even look for any mint errors. Most of the doubling on pennies, they're supposed to be pretty strong. So it's like, you see it, you see it. You don't, you don't. And it's not there. Ooh. Talk about the ring of death. That was most definitely an ender. I'll look at the reverse on older pennies much more than these newer shield pennies. Just because there's a little bit more to look for on the memorial reverse. That coffee went down the wrong. Sometimes you can find like a dye chip in some of these or something, but they really have no value other than the fact that you found a dye chip. And if you kind of collect them like I do. They may be worth $1 or $2 to somebody else that collects dye chips. I don't know, but they're definitely not major chases for most people. I got a ton of wheat pennies to go through, which my plan is to, after I'm done with the regular pennies, is to just grab a handful out of the wheat penny container and go through those Those are where you can find some pretty cool die chips. Find a lot of die chips on the the wheat stalks of a wheat penny. Am I talking to myself or is anybody here? And how long has my mic been muted? Maybe I'm talking to myself. I know I've had some that we'll just hang out in the room, they'll have it on in the background or something, they'll tell me. Which is fine too. It's not like I'm making exciting content here. Basically just getting something done and doing it live. Like I said, otherwise I could sit here, I suppose, and do it offline and not go live and not have anybody to talk to. So it's just cool even if there's one or two people in the room. My mic must have just muted for a second there. Usually I'm pretty good at catching it turn red. Nope. That is the plan. In the next 3 to 4 days, you will. Well, you probably won't see a video about it until the weekend. But so today's Tuesday. I'm gonna do a little bit of getting the grass cut around the main home tomorrow. Thursday, I'm going to be out at the shack at some point. And then I'm gonna go grab a couple decking boards and start the decking. So I'm guessing next weekend you'll see some type of video of some decking going down. But I'm pretty sure I'm gonna hit my timeline of wanting it done by the time bird season kicks in. Bird season kicks in about the middle of September. And as soon as that rolls around, I want to be bird hunting and not decking and doing major projects out at the property. 2x4? No, it's going to be, I don't know, is it 5/8 decking? Actual decking boards? I know they're thinner, but they're a little bit wider. They're actually meant for decking. Well, this is kind of a nice looking 15. A couple dark spots. Yeah, there's a couple flaws in it. Definitely not going to be kept, I guess. Not worth keeping. Told my wife the beard is staying through deer season, bird season, and Might stay for a while, actually. Yeah, I'm going to do wood. I'm going to do green treated. Whatever they call it. We call it green treated. They actually call it green treated ground contact. And we found out that because that first portion of the deck that was already on the building like for 2 years, we built like 2 years ago or so, that was out of square. So then as we built the additional part, not the part that goes around and turns to the other door, if you've watched those videos, but the part that connects to the old one, because the first one was out of square somewhat, it made that second portion out of square. So we got a little bit of maybe aesthetics to work on just to make it look decent, because it's probably not going to line up exactly right. It's good, but hey, have a good night, Richard. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it when you stop in. But I keep telling myself, I'm like, you know what? It's a hunting cabin. We're not building a church. I think I said in the last video, you know, I can do very stable and solid, and I can do level. But sometimes getting things square, true square, is sometimes a trick for me. Exactly. That's exactly the way I think, Raz. My son said the same thing. He's like, you know, it's good enough. And I usually go to my son, to the boy, and be like, well, what do you want? You know, because I look at that whole thing out there as like, it's more his than it is mine. Because it's going to be completely his at some point. So a lot of the projects that we do out there, I'm like, okay, what do you want to do? Or where do you want to build this? Or, you know, stuff like that. Because I know it's only mine for, you know, who knows how long. You know, but he's got to be satisfied with it for probably the next, you know, 70 years, if not more. So I let him make a lot of the decisions about that whole property out there and stuff. Like, he's going to make a lot of the decisions on the wiring and the power going forward in the cabin, which in reality only makes sense because he's in his second year now, his last year of electrical contractor school. So probably within the next year or so, he's going to be completely running, you know, the wiring and the outlets and stuff that are going to end up in that cabin. So I'll let him put outlets where he wants them and where he thinks they need to be, and he can do it the way he wants. Last one, and then we got just a handful of 2000s to 09s. Actually, you know what I should do is I should make a thumbnail for doing wheat penny nights. That's what I'm going to do. See, I always come up with good ideas. Something hits me, I'm like, you know what? We'll do a specific wheat penny night, which might put me online 4 nights a week then. you know, if I keep weed pennies to their separate night, I don't know, we'll see. Ain't like this is a major thought out operation here, like most things I do. There's the 2000s to 09. I know there are no 09 pennies in there because they're taken out. They're taken out as we hit them in the coin roll hunts. Sparky, yeah. Yeah, his nickname is actually with all of his buddies and stuff. His nickname is Shooter, just because we're so into shooting and stuff. Just look and see how, you know, how the strike is different on coins from decade to decade. Almost, it seems like they're just different. Those look thick, but there's no documented die chips for an 01. Or no double. Die chips I think are a little bit more likely in some of these older ones starting now. '06, there's an extra ear for '06s, but we don't have it there. And no doubling. I never thought of calling him Sparky, though. That'll make sense. Turn my pages back here, Lois, because there are things to look at on some of these that I don't know off the top of my head. Like this 04's got a some doubling. Boy, there's a lot of different double dice on the reverse of this. Yeah, I've heard some people are, you know, that good just by the strike. So there's supposed to be like a lot of doubling on an 04, either up in here. I mean, it has to be a good condition coin to get any of that, but there's something down there on his feet. Like notable doubling on the knees and or the 6th and 7th column. I mean, you'd have to have a really good condition coin to get any of that. There's one that goes up across the corner there. Actually, there's quite a bit on a 2004. Even said some double ear stuff. I don't see any of it though, to tell you the truth. There's a ton on a 2000. I don't think I've ever really seen it that much anywhere. You know, I mean, maybe. I mean, I've probably seen it in pictures and stuff, but I don't know if I've ever had a memorial reverse where most, if all, not all of the Abe was there. I think there's supposed to be some doubling on E pluribus too. But I don't really see what they're talking about there. Definitely don't see any notching or anything, so. Moving on. I was actually just gonna say that, Raz. It surprises me that there isn't a designation of full steps on pennies, Lincoln Memorial pennies, anyways, because you do have the ability to have steps, or like you said, maybe like a full Abe designation or something. Just doesn't exist. Could be a nice 07. That whole side of the coin, that field other than that black mark right there, is not too bad looking. A little bit spotty, but not a bad looking 07. Let's see what the back looks like. Little bit of black spotting. Quite a bit actually on the reverse, so I don't think this is going to get set aside for an 07, for a nice 07. But yeah, like I said, you know, you could have some kind of designation like full steps even on a penny. Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna take any of my advice to heart. That's not a bad Abe in there. See? No steps are in good shape. Oh, two. I should be looking at my book more because some of the stuff I don't have up on my screen. It's supposed to be a double ear somewhere. I do not see it. We we at least get a die chip tonight, you think? I think it's going to take getting into the 70s and 80s before a really good die chip shows up. If we even get one. Yeah, I don't even know what a full Abe would actually look like, I guess, because I don't know how much detail there actually was to start on it. I've never heard anybody talk about, or I've never heard the designation mentioned. And the only designations that I can think of that I've heard, really, for pennies are, like the color. You either got red or red-brown or brown. I am, like I said, I'm very surprised that there hasn't been a full steps designation started. Because that just seems like it would be an easy designation to actually, like use. Because, like right there, I mean, they're gone. Thought I had something in 08. See, when I do pennies like this, I really don't look at like that. Oh, there is one for an 08, but it's not a Denver. I'll just look, and if I happen to find something that stands out and I'm like, boy, that really looks like doubling, then I'll go to the book and see if it's in there. Like rather than look up every date that I throw on the scope, because it just slows me down. It slows the process down too much, and I get bored. But like if I saw something that I thought was like really, really significant, like heavy doubling, then I'd go to the book and be like, okay, is that supposed to be there? Is it known? Is it documented? I just don't like those speculatory errors, where you're like, it might be the error. It might be it. If I wish really hard, it is. You forget how old, some of these 2004s and, 2005 pennies, already 20 years old. And I mean, like I said, I actually forget that it's that old when I'm looking at them. We got a good jar of 90s to do coming up. It's actually the fullest jar of the night. Well, and pennies, doubling's really hard on pennies. If you don't have like a true line down the middle, or you don't have like distinct double serifs and like the notching, I mean, you can blow right by doubling on pennies in the letters and the numbers and stuff, unless it's just so standout-ish. And I've said it, before. I'm that type that I may not even save one that maybe it is a double die, but it's it's not a good example of it. For me to like save it and be like, oh, this is it. I want it to be no doubt that we're looking at that error. And you just don't find a lot of those. So I'm probably a little bit more of a die chip, a die crack. I'm probably looking for more of those type of errors than doubling. If doubling stands out and I happen to catch it, that's cool. But it probably isn't my first chase, because they're so hard to find in pennies. And like diagnose in pennies, in my opinion. Some guys are good at it. Much easier to see those doublings and stuff in nickels. And then obviously I chase the years, the old years. I mean, why would you roll hunt if you ain't chasing just flat out older coins? That's always cool to hit older coins. But a lot of times I'm just running the letters looking for a die chip that stands out. Something to put into the collection. A lot of guys don't even look for die chips. They're all they're looking for is the doubling and stuff. But you gotta have a pristine coin. What year was that? Oh, this ended up in the wrong jar. Yeah, exactly. Any wheat penny, is a good find in a roll hunt. I have a lot of my own like ways of looking at coins too, for condition wise. Like obviously, how are the steps on a penny, which is not a true designation. But then the other thing that I do a lot more on like the old nickels is look at the definition between the rim and the top of the letter, because like on a lot of those old 1950s and 1940 nickels, that'll just be they'll be run together. It'll be You know, there won't be any definition between the top of the letter and the rim. Not so much in old pennies because it's a little different, but yeah, Raz, in anything pre-65. Well, and just from my own collecting side, I keep pretty much all 60s. Like out of a roll hunt, anything in the 60s gets essentially kept. It's not a hit. You know, I'll never give it the hit button. So like here, this 2000 will look for the wide AM on the back. And that sometimes for me is tough to know, but you pretty much know, you know, if it looks wide. See, that's obviously not a wide AM. Obviously not there. What is? I thought the book had something on the O2. Oh yeah, double deer. See, and that's a pretty good strike. So like, if that double deer was actually down there, probably would be able to pick it up. Yeah, well, I kind of feel the same way. Number one, it's hard to just keep them all in your head. You know, that's why we all have, you know, Cherry Picker's Guide and this book, this Strike It Rich book. You got to have some type of reference stuff. You know, I got a Google document thing that I pull up for nickels and pennies and quarters and stuff that I have up in front of me, which is a lot of it. It's just pulled out of the books, just kind of in a more convenient system on screen for me to just look up at. But there's so much in the pennies that the one coin you kind of start to learn in a lot of the errors and like the die chips stick in your head is the quarters. The quarters seem to be sticking with me pretty good as far as to what you're looking for. But pennies, nah. I mean, I know a couple of the pennies things that you look for. You know, like in the 2023, the extra V, you know, and I think it's the 2021, you know, the Lincoln's got a spike in his head on that you can find. But yeah, I mean, and the VAMs, I don't keep a lot of that in my head. I just can't. You and me are about the same then, Raz. We're, you know, I can only keep so much in my head that a hard time keeping track of my keys, let alone all the variations of coins. So I'm turning 50 this December here in a couple months. How old are you, Raz? Handful more of the 09s, and then we're going to get into the long stretch of 1990s. Bad looking shape 04. Not beat the hell. Still nice and red, but not keeping it. Bad looking 06 either. A little too spotty to keep. Here's another one that made it into the wrong jar. Not very good looking. Terrible looking 06. Two more and then I'm into the 90s. Very spotty. All right, we're going into the 90s. Let's see if this overhead camera is... It's staying kicked in tonight. That's cool. I had to completely like reinstall that camera for some reason. All right, the heaviest jar of the night is the 90s. And then about half a jar for the 70s and the 80s. I do like that sometimes when you find pennies that have pretty cool toning. As we speak, get a kind of seems like a lot of the 90s have some of these kind of iridescent finishes. Like that one there, it's got, actually you can kind of tell it more on the scope. I mean, you can kind of tell it away from the scope, but it really stands out on the scope. And the reverse really ain't got it that much. I'm guessing that was an ender at some point. I think my focus gets out of whack a little bit as I touch the scope. I think it sends it out of whack every now and then a little bit. Here's a very red 95. Holy smokes. It's almost orange. It's supposed to be double die on the In God We Trust and on Liberty. I don't see it on Liberty. And I don't really see any doubling on In God We Trust. Pretty decent link in there. Anytime you got his knees. Steps are pretty good. If it was a little bit better looking coin, I would maybe save it. Just doesn't quite have the save condition on it. Very orange though compared to like a lot of the other stuff. You're not going to be able to see it from that distance. Some rim wear there. $92D. Close AM. And it is a wide AM. Yeah, we're going to be on the 90s for a little while. Graduating year. Last extra column. It's also easier to see doubling on coins that don't have so much glare to them. But that's just my opinion. Some guys can pick them up. Pick it up pretty easily though, but so last column supposed to be doubling, but this one doesn't show it. At least not to the point where I care to say it is. I haven't found a single die chip tonight. But half the time I don't expect to on pennies. Not unless I'm in the Wheaties.
I was born up in the mountain, raised by an old grizzly bear. I was born up in the mountain, raised by an old grizzly bear. I was fed by Mother Nature, and I breathe fresh, clean, natural air. I rose up with the sunlight, and the moon, she called me.
This might be a nice 97. The condition holds.
I rose up with the sunlight, and the moon, she called me to sleep.
Not a bad Avers.
My dreams came by to guide me, but they were not mine to hold or to keep.
That's not a bad 97 for being 97. I might actually set that aside and put it in the nice 90s tube. Take another look at the obverse quick. I mean, there's some flaws to it and stuff, but still a pretty nice looking 97. I think that's the first set aside of the night.
By the time I was 3, I done had me my first kill. I learned that for surviving, some blood surely had to be spilled. By the time I was 10, I was left out in the forest all alone. By the time I was 10, I was left out in the forest all alone. Well, Master Death came by to see me, but I told him I wasn't ready to go. No. You can take your skull-bone face and leave on out this place. I ain't gonna go. Hell no. I'm gonna live. Go back to the river.
Another iridescent finish. Kind of cool.
It ain't my time to die.
Not keeping it though.
Leave me alone.
91. The reverse of this one is pretty, almost completely dark. In pennies or just like in general? Like most of my coins. Locally here, I mean, I see more probably Denver than anything. I mean, I see plenty of Philadelphia, but Denver's mostly, if you want to say mostly, yeah. Oh, just in these pennies, probably Denver's are probably going to be. I guess I don't recall exactly what went into these jars as I hunted them. Kind of a cool looking 93. Tone wise. Yeah, I'm guessing most of these will probably be. Well, I shouldn't say most, but they're going to be Denver heavy. Just because I think my area, I think, being Minnesota, just ends up with more Denver mint than anything. I don't know why that is. I mean, when I get a 2023 Philly, I get kind of excited because I'm like, oh, there's a shot at it. At least I have a shot at a extra V. But I'm guessing, yeah, a lot of these 90s are going to be Denver. $98. We're looking for a wide AM. And it is not. Kind of different toning on that one, though. This might be a set aside 90 if the condition holds throughout this coin. Little rim damage there. Oh, the obverse ain't bad. It's got typical spotting. See how the reverse looks, huh? Could be a set aside 90. Ooh, it don't look bad. That actually looks like a fairly newer coin. And the steps are gone. But it's still got red luster to it. And there ain't a lot of damage. And that's a 1990 penny. I think we'll set that one aside. That can go in the nice 90s collection. Save that one. Some of these I see as I hunt them on a coin roll hunt, and I'm like, oh, maybe that'll be a saver, you know, but it doesn't get saved until a scoping stream like this. A little rim damage there. Another? Not a bad 96. Another definitely red. Most of the fields are really still nice. I don't know. I think, look at the steps. Probably need to save this one just for the fact that that one's probably a set aside too. That might actually be nicer than the last one. You know, the scope brings out all the flaws. You know, but when you start looking at some of these olders like this, naked eye wise, they're still good looking pennies. So that's definitely a save. I don't know if there's going to be another one in this pile that's going to be anywhere near those ones we saved. Definitely not that red. Yeah, most of the Abe was there too. I did notice that. That one actually might get put in a flip after the stream tonight. Try to center that screen a little bit more. Now what you want to do is you want to find something like that in the 80s and the 70s jar. Not likely though. Cracker a hair, that was a hair. See, I like having people hang out in the streams too, because then every now and then somebody will be like, hey, go back and look at this, or they'll say I missed something that should have been looked at a little closer. Granted, most of the time the coin's already been thrown into the bucket down there and I'll never find it again. But if it's just scoping the hits from a roll hunt stream, though, those usually I got laid out, so I can go back to those if somebody says, hey, you missed looking at something, or you missed something on a coin. Those can be gone back on. It's probably not you. It's only 11. It feels later than it is. Yeah, I kind of saw that too, but I think that was just the way it wore over time. I did notice it. That's why I let it sit there for a second, because I'm like, I don't know. But I don't think there's any documented FG on that. The other thing that sometimes ends up showing like doubling is if a coin is in too good a shape and you start getting that glare that, like, it's almost like a glaring shadow, and you're like, oh, that looks like doubling. Well, we have a shot at looking for the close AM on this one. 92 P or D. And it is not a close AM. Yeah, I know what you were saying, because there was that line on that side of the F. It caught me for a second, and then I'm like, yeah. Here's a nice something coming up. D 90. Little spot there. Not a bad obverse. It's got that top of letter damage on the reverse. If it was a little bit better, I'd throw that in the nice 90s too, but I'm gonna pass on it. Here's another one of those iridescents. I do like these that end up with that iridescent finish to them. They are kind of cool. This one was in the wrong jar. Just for kicks, I'm going to look at O2 in the book to see if Philadelphia here. I don't see nothing. No W. Sometimes as I hunt, I do throw them into the wrong jar. Well, no dye chips yet, but a couple nice, I don't know what we want to call them, red saves. Nice condition red saves. 92, another close AM shot. Close AM? No. You can't get that lucky. I don't know if the wide AMs are on both the P and the Ds, or if it's just one. Close AM. I'll have to look that up going forward at some point. Graduating here. A lot of steps still there. Yeah, high school 94. This is a 92 D or 92 D or P. We're looking for the close AM. That is a far or a wide. I thought we were looking for the wide. I got excited for a minute, but I had my AMs backwards. This has got a weird finish to it. That almost looks like dye chip, but it is, I think it's damage or it's something actually on the W there. It's not a dye chip. $75. 75. '75 born, 94 graduate. My wife is 76. I'm actually December of 75, so I almost made it to 76. You kind of get in a flow of like looking at the same thing every time on the coin in the same order. I mean, you always got to kind of look at the date first anyways to know what, if you're looking for anything specific. But after a while on a stream, it starts to get repetitive. That's why I try not to go too many actual coin roll hunts before I do these scoping streams and start working through the jar, because then these scoping streams don't end up being as long and tedious. And that's kind of like what I was saying earlier tonight, Raz, is why I want to kind of like do 2 or 3 nights a week. And yeah, and kind of break it up a little bit. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if the wide AM is chased on the Denver or not, but we'll see. If it looks like a wide AM, we'll look it up. I always confuse which ones are which. It's definitely not a wide AM. I think it's only on one of them. I think it's only on the Philly. Yeah, I was thinking I could do that too. Maybe I will do that instead of just doing pennies all the, like the whole stream be pennies. I don't know. I think these pennies, though, I think this is 2 hunts worth, because I only do 3 rolls of pennies when I hunt for the most part. So this has got to be way more than 3 rolls worth of pennies. This has got to be at least 2 hunts. If I'm thinking right. Yeah, there's no way this is just one hunt worth of pennies. So if I only do 3 rolls, I would not have this many 90s. Yeah, it would change. Maybe be easier on the eyes. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. I'll finish pennies tonight and just stay on pennies and get through them. Notice these 92s are like very darker. No, we're looking for the close AM. That is definitely a wide AM. Looks like there might be some machine doubling or double striking on the America though. Not a double die, but maybe some double striking. Not a great looking coin in the first part. Got the green gunk. Alright, close AM. Nope. Nope. Sometimes I forget to give Lincoln a look. Because you get so focused on the lettering and the date. Seems like there's people popping in and out of the room constantly. A lot of steps. No other reason to save it. Supposed to be an extra last column on a 94. I don't think it's there. A little surprised I have not found a die chip yet, at least in these 90s. I mean, even just a small one in the date or something. A lot of steps on that one. I think we've kind of invented our own step designation, or way of looking at pennies. I think it's a good way to, like personally judge a penny, though. I will probably use it personally going forward. Even though it's not official.
Well, I'm a liar, I'm a boozer, I'm a bastard and abuser, and I'm wondering how much lower can I go? I've been beaten, I've been bloodied, I've been broken and betrayed, and I'm wondering how much lower
Seem to have a lot of 94s.
Found her with another man. I was thrown into confusion.
Average professional grading takes 8 seconds. I've never heard that.
So now I'm a liar, I'm a loser, I'm a bastard and abuser, and I'm wondering how much lower can I go? I've been beaten, I've been bloodied, I've been broken and betrayed, wondering how much lower can I go? Even though I
Yeah,
know it's
heck of a scratch.
I wish my pain upon the world.
I would not say that's a die crack. I think that truly looks scratchish to me. But yeah, no, you're right. This one does have some nice colors. I don't know if yeah, I've kept telling myself I want to look up, like, in Google if there's something that kind of explains how PCGS maybe does it. You know, do they put it under a loop, or do they magnify it, or is it a naked eye grade? That's what I've always, because I have not researched what their standard is. Was there a lot of nave on this? Yeah, there was. It's a very weird scratch, though. I wish it wasn't there, because I'd probably save this if that scratch wasn't there. It is kind of a cool color. Where is my mouse here? Like, I completely lost my mouse, or what? Oh, it's way over on the other screen. Mostly naked eye unless there's something concerning. So that's how they do it, huh? Which I guess is good, because, you know, like I said, in my opinion, the scope brings out so much more flaw. That's that one we were just looking at. I mean, it's kind of goofy toning and stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'll just hang on to it for now, just for kicks. 95 PND has In God We Trust and Liberty. I really don't see standout doubling there. I mean, naked eye grading makes sense to me. And that's the way I assumed the grades were being determined. Now I'm going to have to go Google that tonight after the stream, after I'm done. Do you notice the viewer number going up and down occasionally, Raz? Or is it just on my end, on my stats thing here? It just seems to fluctuate from 1 to 2 occasionally. Which could be it counting me and you when it says 2, and then just you when it says 1. I don't know how YouTube streams deal with their statistics. Half the time I don't think it's right. Yeah, see, like I've got, well, there's such a delay that between the chat and like me, you typing something, me seeing it and stuff like that. Like now I've got 3. But by the time you hear me say I've got 3, it's going to change. But when I think it says 1, I think it's counting you, and when it says 2, it's probably counting me also. I've noticed in several of these 1990 pennies, there's like a weak strike up here in this S and O area, and even this F. Seems like you hit a lot of them. I just have a weak strike there. Yeah, they're YouTube's goofy. I'll probably get banned again now for saying that. Well, there's definitely something going on up around the edge of the rim and stuff here. Late stage dye deterioration is my guess. See, another one where it's weak right there. I think that's just a thing of the 90s. Yeah. Well, I did that unboxing of that 1860 Army a while back on a live. There was nobody in the room, and YouTube shut the live down. And banned me for, was it 24 hours? It was either 24 hours or 48 hours or something. See? Weak strike on the O and the F. All seems like all the mid to late 90s. Here's an early 90s, so this one might not have it. It was because I violated the YouTube terms of service, because you were not supposed to handle any type of weapons on a live stream. So if YouTube is listening, I now know. So you can do gun videos and you can do whatever you want on recorded videos, but you cannot do it live. So, like any of my unboxing of new lead collection pieces have to be a standalone recorded unboxing video. Or I get the ban hammer again. And actually, next time I think it's going to be worse than what it was first time. Not saying I'm going to do it. 97 Philly, doubled ears, what they say, but it's supposed to be down here where you can see a doubling of the ear. Alright, let's see if this 97 Philly now has the weak strike of the O and the S in states. What'd I tell you? It's a 90s thing. See, it's little things like that that you start to learn when you look at enough coins. Yeah, coins are safer, Raz, for sure. That one's not bad. That one got a good strike. Maybe a little machine doubling or double striking there on the O. I save a lot of machine striking and double striking on nickels if it's like significant. Even though it's not double die, it's just double strikes. But they can be kind of cool. I'm guessing I didn't realize I was blocking it as much as I was. Damage because of that right there. Damage there. Boy, G and O and D are really heavy on the bottom, so aren't they? This is a 99D, huh? Let's look at the book just to make sure I don't have anything in a 99D. So there was just enough going on that coin to pique my curiosity. Well, we're getting down there. We only got a handful of 90s left, and then we can get into half a jar of the 80s and half a jar of the 70s, and we'll call it a stream. Probably, I'm guessing another hour. Probably an hour. Appreciate you hanging out, Raz. I said it's always cool to have somebody hang, because otherwise I'm sitting here just looking at coins by myself. I mean, the scope streams aren't as interesting as the hunting streams, but nickels and quarters are fun for streaming, for scope streams, but I figured I gotta get through these pennies. I might have to go grab a drink after these 90s, which I'm looking at, I don't know, probably another 30 coins. What does grouse taste like? Chicken. It's chicken. Ain't no different than chicken. It's a little better than chicken in my opinion, but it is chicken. But you do it with the right spices, and you do it, you do it in like some type of certain oil or something, cooking oil and stuff. It's pretty good. But I've always said like my wife won't eat grouse, won't eat venison. My wife is not an outdoorsy girl. But I've always said I could give her grouse if she wasn't told it was grouse, and she wouldn't know she wasn't eating chicken. There it is again. I don't know what year we're looking at. Late 90s, mid 90s? 97. What we like to do though is go grouse hunting, get a grouse or two, and then take it back to the cabin and like do it up fresh right there, right after harvesting it, you know. That's when it's good. You know, a lot of people keep grouse in their freezer or something, you know, but we're gonna do that on videos at some extent. That'll be on the channel at some point this fall. We'll go grouse hunting and bring a grouse or two back to the cabin, and most guys, what do most guys call those? Like their videos that they do where they're all an outdoor channel. They'll do like catch and cook is what they call it. We'll do it at some point. The boy loves hunting grouse. Yeah, well, it's weird because now I've got on my YouTube interface here, I've got one thing that says 3 concurrent viewers, and my other concurrent viewer says 2. So that's how I know it's not consistent and it's never right. Yeah, I like watching the Coin Geek that you was talking about earlier there, Raz. And then I think the other channel that I like a lot is that Coin Help You. Yeah, Mysteries of the Algorithm. Yeah, that is right. Maybe I had a little bit of a rotated die, but it was just the way I spun the coin. Yeah, Coin Help You. His name's Daniel, right? He puts out some pretty good videos. Good informational videos. It's a nice solid strike on this. Good definition on this 95. or even like my channel description even says, you know, don't expect educational and informational stuff. Not out of this channel. There's a little anomaly, but it's damage. It's just damage. Contacts. Damage. But then I'm not trying to like grow the channel to, you know, 10,000 subscribers and stuff either. I'm just doing what I like to do. I'm just, you know, I'm not niched down. Yeah, exactly. I know exactly what you're talking about. I actually kind of enjoy those videos though when he's all pissed off at something. I really like watching his what do I want to call them? I'm pissed off at eBay's at eBay sellers. But I mean, he's right. I mean, he's got a completely valid argument. You know, I mean, there's just eBay is just the Wild West of coins. I mean, I'm a big like small dollar collector, so I'm a huge Ulysses S. Grant fan of the dollar, the 2011 Ulysses S. Grant dollar, and I cannot believe I laugh out loud when I see the 2011 Ulysses S. Grant dollar. Somebody's posted it, and they have it posted for hundreds of dollars, and they have it listed as the 18. What was his presidency? It had to have been 1866, 67. I'd have to look. But they have it posted as like a like an antique coin. Like it's from the 18, you know, the date that's underneath his bust on the coin. I'm like, are you kidding me? So I mean, Dan's got a complete valid argument on people are just absolutely going off the rails on eBay. So even though he does those videos and he's pretty, he doesn't really hold back on them, which I wouldn't want him to. It's a valid point. And I agree with him. Somebody's got to be doing videos like he's doing, pointing that stuff out. Here's a nice looking something. The roll of the first 4 presidents. One of my unboxing, mail day unboxings that is coming up is along those lines. I'll just say that because I don't want to spoil anything too much. Yeah, well, you can't trust the internet at all. And that's what you need. You need a decent coin shop, like you're saying you got there. Thought this was going to be a little bit nicer 1990. Not as nice as I thought it was going to be. But no, I like his channel, and then the Coin Geek channel. And I don't know if you were in here earlier when I said I like Two Sheds Gabby as a coin roll hunting channel. Because he hunts a lot of nickels and stuff. So I like to watch him. And then, oh, there's another one. He's in Atlanta, Georgia. I forget the name of his channel, but he does coin roll hunts and stuff. Something Georgia Hunter or something like that, I think is what his channel is. I mean, I could probably do much better channel-wise if I did more coin roll hunts like those guys do. And they put together a 15 or a 20-minute video of like a whole box of quarters hunted. My channel might do better, but it's like I guess I don't care that much. I want to do coins, and then I want to do my outdoor stuff. Then I want to do my collecting of other just miscellaneous stuff that and like my hat video and stuff. So it's like I don't do what you need to do to have a good channel. Kind of do what I want to do, and then anybody who comes along for the ride, or subscribes, is cool. And like I was going to say, versus me, the way I do hunting videos, number one, they're not even typically a video. My hunts are a live stream in the morning sometime, probably. Usually the hunts are in the morning. And it's 4 rolls of nickels, 3 rolls of pennies, 2 quarters, and $1 roll. That's kind of my format for my hunt. And it's on a live. And then any type of video that you see posted is coming out of that live coin roll hunt. So it's like I kind of got a different system, I guess, if you want to call it that. For my coin side of the channel, and then my outdoor side, out at the cabin and stuff, is just kind of all over the place too, doing projects, doing this, doing that. Which, like I said, it's not conducive to like ending up with 10,000 subscribers. It's kind of a good struck coin there. See, I don't think Lincoln gets much better than that. I mean, maybe it does. I don't know. We'll see. We ain't gonna go. We're going back in years, so it ain't like we're gonna get better memorial reverses as we go through these. They're typically gonna probably get worse. Yeah, see, and that's kind of more the way. I guess I haven't heard of him. I'll have to look him up. But that's kind of more of what I'm doing. I'm just kind of doing a bunch of stuff. I'm going to do a lot of mail day unboxing type stuff. I've got two boxes from purchases sitting next to me right here that are, going to be mail day unboxing. It's not coins. A lot of the stuff isn't going to be coins, and it's not going to be lead collection, for the firearm collection and stuff. It's going to be just off the wall stuff that it's like I wanted to collect, Now we're down to probably 20 coins or so in the 90s. I'm going to finish these pennies tonight. I'm going through the 80s and the 70s. It will be done. I'll probably put up the Be Right Back coffee run screen after the 90s here, Raz, so not that I'm going to go get a coffee. I think I'm going to go get just probably a glass of lemonade or something just to chance for a close AM. Nope, wide. I'm going to start burning the rest of these 90s just to see if there's anything major that sticks out. Yeah, this was definitely not one roll hunt stream worth of pennies. This was definitely two. I think I already dropped whatever you were commenting about a nice of in the bucket. Ugly looking reverse on that one. I'm a little surprised that I haven't found a small die chip yet in any of these 90s. Usually you can find like small 90s will occasionally have a small die chip in something, in some of the letters or something. Not as prevalent as the older years, but every now and then. Don't look like there's any real mint condition things left in this pile. Now that's interesting. Because that to me looks like a die crack. Because if it was a scratch, it should be significantly through the L and the I. Nothing major, but something odd. And it doesn't look like a scratch. That looks like it's... To me, that looks raised, not a gouge. Would be cool if there was more of it there, but... A little different. Set it aside just for kicks. Definitely not a major find. It's just something different, I guess. Corroded. '97 Philly has a double ear that is documented, but I don't know about a Denver. I'm guessing it's not on the Denver. Kind of weird aging, color-wise. We'll be happy to be done with the 90s here. Yeah, it's pushing 2 hours and 50 minutes, so it's gonna be, it'll be all of a 3.5 hour stream. I was what? You're obviously saying something to something that I said that I don't remember I said. Wide AM? Possible wide AM? No, it is a close. Oh, you happy to be done with the 9? Oh, that's what you meant by it. Okay. Now that comment makes sense. Ugh, terrible looking reverse. 10-12 left. Then I'm gonna go grab something to drink. Because we probably have an hour left. Chance for a close AM. Nope, wide. Well, I think you were here for most of it. Been unimpressive. The 97 we kept. The 90 that we kept. The nice 90. And then this, probably the nicest of the three, the 90, come on, focus. 96. You can even see, look, you can see Lincoln there. So I think that's what I've set aside out of the pennies so far tonight. It has been a slow grind. I did set aside that last one that I was speculating that was a possible die crack like 5 minutes ago or so. That'll probably get thrown back in the bucket. Get brought back to the bank because I just don't know if that's worth keeping. Google it. I just have never really heard it. I don't think it exists. There's our light strike there again. In our typical, what year was it? 96. Goofy blue stuff. I wonder what that is. Hate for it to be something cool and then throw it away back in the bucket. I don't think it's really seeable with the naked eye, though. It's not. Even with my magnifier. Oh well, gone. Gonzo. Well, I think it's so inconspicuous, you know, inside there. I don't think it's ever struck real well. There's some damn rim damage there. I don't think it probably has a whole lot of detail to begin with. You know, I think it's just... I think you need a pristine coin to really see it real well. Yeah, I think that's probably as much detail as it probably ever really had. Yeah, see, and that's the thing. I don't know what a die would actually look like. It would be something to Google too. Is like, what detail does the die have? And it obviously doesn't sit, it's not a very high point on the coin in the middle of the reverse, you know, because like the columns are pretty high there, you know. Abe is actually like recessed quite a bit, you know, because you will see the steps we see wore all the time, right? But typically you don't see a lot of different condition of the Abe himself. I don't think it probably has a lot of detail to start with. Even on the die. Because I don't typically see a lot of variation. That's probably the best way to put it. A lot of variation in the detail of him in there. Don't have full heads. Yeah, I haven't messed with standing Liberty quarters that much. I know there's a couple in the safe that have been left by my grandfather. You know, which was the collection we had gotten from him, or I had gotten from him. should grab what's left in there and go through them. Actually, that'll be a stream some night too, probably, where I'll grab some more of that collection. And there's a 95 that didn't age well for some reason. Five more, and then I'm going to go grab something to drink quick. We will get into the 80s and the 70s, which between both those jars only have what we just went through in the 90s. Yeah, some of them don't. Like that ain't too bad. I mean, you kind of have the definition. Like, this is gonna blur my hand here, but you have a little bit of the definition of that arm, and that's pretty much all I ever see of like his knees and stuff. I ain't seeing much that ends up looking better than that. Like I said, they ain't going to get any better in the 70s and 80s, I'm guessing. Maybe we'll get lucky. Check that 97 double ear quick in the book. I know there's a 97 double ear. Oh, that is not anywhere close to it. Different things to look for, though. Yeah, they're not. That's odd, huh? That don't look like damage to me. That looks like some of that's missing. Take another look. Give it some different angles here. Yeah, it might be a deep scratch. No, I'm rethinking it. I think it's a deep scratch. It's just awfully. At first, it just looked like it was like some of the O was actually missing, but I think it is damage. I'll just hang on to it for a moment. I think you're starting to get dye deterioration. Even down in here. Look at that. That's definitely a contact damage. Odd that there are two coins right after each other in just a pile of coins. Open O variety. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get a variety attributed to me either. I was just looking at this W up here. It just looks weird. There is a double die on a 96 Philly for we and the ST and Trust. But I'm not confident enough to call that. Okay, that's the 90s. That is the 90s. Raz, if you're still here, I'm going to run and grab something to drink quick. It's not going to be coffee, but I'll use my coffee run. It's green, anyways. I don't know if you're going to hang out longer, Raz, or not. If you're not, thanks for hanging out for the time you did. There's a guy in Tucson who... No kidding. He's the one that found the high and the low leaf in the Wisconsin quarter. They still sell for pretty good money. Accidentally threw a couple pennies on the floor. All right, I am going to. I'm going to run upstairs quick, grab a quick glass, and I will be back. Like I said, if you are Jet and Raz, thanks for hanging out. Otherwise, I'll see you in probably less than 5 minutes. Alright, I don't know if anybody's still here, but I'm back. Now the key is just to not spill my drink. Well, it's nice that the overhead camera is still working after this weekend stream. '80s. What are we looking for? We're looking for all kinds of things in the '80s. I guess there's more '80s than I thought there was going to be. Set that up. I gotta get. I gotta remember to keep my coppers now. Separate the coppers. Copper. Gonna need my scale. Seven. Terrible looking. No double ear. What's the chances of me pulling 388 E's in a row out of the pile? No idea what that is. Can't even see anything. Raz, you here? Did you see the rim? I think I'm saving that just because that to me looks like something was off center a little bit at some point. I mean, it's got one rim there, and as you come around, it looks to me like there's some type of air striking, because that definitely is double rimmed all the way into the top of the letters there, so I'm saving that. You don't see that every day. There's a large date, 82. Yep. And well, it's definitely something. It was like off center or something. So I'm definitely saving it as just a goofball type of coin. And that one is copper. That was a kind of a cool find. And even in the 80s, I don't know why it's bad, like light struck up there. Copper. Again. So it's even in the 80s. Yeah, I see a lot of these 80s don't even have that much in him inside there. Oh, I would guess he definitely does. I would definitely guess. It's going to show better on proof coins. $82 large date. Not a bad condition. Typical. Still kind of red. Gotta throw it on the scale. Copper. I don't think I have any early 80 proof coins. My collection, actually. I might. I don't know. Here's a 70s proof coin. Can't get it to focus because it's too close, but there's a 1973 proof coin. Yeah, 1973. Sunflower coin? What sunflower coin are you talking about? I guess I haven't seen it. If did they just spoil something that I didn't follow? Copper. Yeah, I would guess you're gonna get the most on a proof coin. I was gonna say I knew this was copper coming, just from the looks of it. That penny's seen its better days, huh? There ain't gonna be much to look at on that. An 86D reprint. Oh no, I haven't. I didn't see it then. Like a sunflower coin. It's from the U.S. Mint. Just released it and it sold out. I jump on the Mint website every now and then. Maybe I don't know, once a week or so. But I'm guessing I miss a lot. Oh, maybe I do remember seeing somebody do a video on that. Now that you kind of explained it a little bit more. What were they selling the 1 ounce silver metal for? Do you remember? if it's the mint, I'm guessing they're selling a 1 ounce silver medal for like 90 some bucks. I could be wrong. Supposed to be double die at the base of the 8th column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. Yeah, I'm the exact same way, though, to tell you the truth. There's very few things that come out that I'm like, oh, I've got to buy. You know, from the on the front of that special stuff, or like some of the commemorative things are kind of cool, but I actually like some of the older commemoratives more than anything I've seen recently. There's a couple that I think it's a 2015 where they did the U.S. Marshal stuff. I like those. Yep, as I was just saying. You and I are kind of on the same page there. Like that, I think it's 2015. That is that U.S. Marshal one. It's on my buy list when I find the right listing for it and stuff. Copper. At least when we get to the 70s, I won't have to weigh any. You got the stone wall. Was it you I was telling that another one that's definitely on my buy list, which I know I'm going to have to spend a little bit for, is the Is it the Stone Mountain? That is one I want. I don't need it in high grade. I just need it in something that looks a little decent. That is another one that's on my buy list. The Oregon Trail. From everything I've seen and understand, is a very popular one. And sought after. You know, at least most of my 82s are turning out copper. Fine or very fine. Yeah, I wouldn't mind the Gettysburg. Just because I'm such a Civil War fan and kind of a Civil War nut. But like any hobby, you just got to go slow and get what you can when you can get it. And another one turns out copper. Yeah, that's another one that's on my thing. There's a lot of them out there and stuff. It's just the Grant one. I don't think it's the best one that he's got in coins and stuff. I just don't think they did it very well for him. I guess, just me personally, it's not one of my favorite Grant coins. Like right now, my favorite Grant coin, bullion, whatever, is that 5-ounce silver that I've got. You know, but that's just a bullion. It's, you know, it's not a commemorative or anything like that. But I think they did the design of him very well on that coin, you know, and it's actually one of the few that you see him in his Union hat and stuff. because most grant coins or commemoratives or anything, you don't usually see them in the hat. Yeah, it's actually called the Commanders series. They're supposed to be releasing two more years of it. Like they've already released Caesar, and they've released Caesar. I think General Patton was released, and there was another one. But I don't think we know who's coming next. Boy, it'd be nice if this was a copper one. Yeah, there's a lot of them. I'm almost wondering, it's just a prediction, that since they did Grant, I wouldn't be one bit surprised if either this year or the next year's series, they do Lee. If they do Lee, I'd get that one too. You're my witness that I have said that. And if it ever happens, you can say, "Hey, you can be my witness that I called it." Can we get an 83 D in copper? Very unlikely, but nope, 2.4. Yeah, I think it is a Scottsdale. I think I got mine from where'd I get mine from though? SD Bullion. But yeah, I'm almost, without walking over and looking at it, I'm almost positive it's a Scottsdale coin. I'm going to have to switch out my battery pack that's running my scope here in a minute, because I'm down to 10%. That's 130. So I'm going to finish these 80s. I got about another 20 coins. I'll save the 70s for another night. It's a 4-hour stream right now. We'll call it a stream. We almost finished everything. I don't know. The screen you're seeing as the scope screen runs off my camera phone, and I don't know where my camera or my phone battery is either right now, so We're gonna call it a stream once these 80s are done, which look to be 20 coins. Isn't a bad looking 89, but really no reason to save that one. At least I know the battery pack that runs my overhead light and scope will last 4 hours. Kind of a cool coin on the reverse here, just the way the lettering and all the high relief stuff is actually standing out. But we're not keeping it. No reason to. Now that we've been talking about it, I should go on Scottsdale's site and see if they've released any of the new commanders. Somebody was talking about it in a stream I was just like in chat in, and I asked if anybody had heard if there was a release on any of the upcoming commanders, and they said they weren't sure. Yeah. Request that they do it. I can't see them doing any other commanders from like the Civil War. I mean, if they were to do anybody other than Lee, possibly Sherman, you know, but Sherman is really in the tier of generals. He's under Grant. So I think you'd go to the south and do Lee. Maybe I'll be surprised. Ugh, that's terrible. Is it at least copper? It is. At least copper. Almost knocked my camera down again. That'd have been twice for the stream. Usually I'm good for once. Sheridan and Mosby. I just don't think they're going that deep. I think Lee's going to be one of them. Whether it's if they have 2 years left in the series, I think Lee ends up one of them in the next 2 years. I would almost bet something. Because if they did Grant, why wouldn't they do Lee? Can we do another copper? Can we get another 82 copper? It is. We're doing well on the 82s being copper tonight. I always forget what date I was looking at. I have to go back and look at the date again. I don't think one of them was Con. I forget who was in the first. And I don't know if the Grant was in the first one or if it was the second year of it. There was a whole write-up on it. I think there was like a link to a write-up from SD Bullion or wherever I bought it. Napoleon was one. Napoleon was done already. This is not going to be copper, but I weigh it anyways. No. Now that you said it, Napoleon, and I think Napoleon might have been in the same run as the Grant coin was done. I'm almost positive I saw Napoleon. I don't think I saw Wellington. Does not strike my memory at all. I think about 4 hours is right where my tunes start to stop. Six more pennies, I'm calling it an evening. We'll get the 70s done another day, another night. Yeah, for sure, Raz. It was cool to hang out for 4 hours and BS. Appreciate you hanging out. Like I said, I know my streams and channel is not overly entertaining, but I do appreciate the hanging out. Boy, if that was in better shape, you could almost be maybe looking at a repunch mint mark. But I just think it's smashed damage, to tell you the truth. '89 Denver has a repunch mint mark, but I don't think it is on the east side of the letter. So we're going to call it damage and let that coin go. '87D has a repunch mint mark too, but I don't see it there. We get one more copper out of the last 3 coins. I don't know. Maybe. Here's an 82. Large date. Didn't get a single 82 small date tonight. Let's see. Copper. Nope, that one is not copper. I might pull my 82 small dates out right during the hunt, though, to come to think of it. I might have been doing that. Last coin of the night. What's it going to be? An 89 Denver. Doesn't look like a repunch mint mark. Almost got that. Almost got a little bit of that double rimming going on again. Not enough to keep though. It's not as significant as the other one, the one that I did. In fact, I have it. Was it an 89 Denver? Here's the one that I'm currently looking at, and it's not as significant. Here's the one I did pull. Nope, it was an 88 Philly. This one kind of goes a little bit more around the entire coin, though. Maybe I'll just keep it. I'll flip it and just mark on it. double rimmed. Alright, I think that is my stream. Over 4 hours, right? 4 hours and 15 minutes of scoping pennies. We'll do probably nickels the next evening I get on. I don't know if you're still here, Raz. Thanks for hanging out. It was fun. Like I said, I appreciate you hanging out. Probably, most definitely, this camera most definitely, it's either my eyes or this camera does not want to focus. We'll definitely talk to you soon, probably, Raz. I'm gonna try to make some of these night streams a little bit more consistently. Couple times a week, like I said, just to get through scoping the jar hunts and probably have a unboxing mail day video coming out here shortly that you can catch if you check the channel. Other than that, like I said, thanks, Raz, for hanging out. And take care, be well. We'll talk to you soon.
In a dirty white dress with a fully loaded magazine.